Donald Castle.
Yes.
Want to give us a historical narrative, Dave?
I don't really know that much about it than what you've just read.
The last time we were here, this was there was none of this playground or this nice little concession stand, all this stuff down here.
No, the paper mill factory either.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Oh, is that new?
Well, what, along maybe 10 years now?
Yeah.
Might be even longer, I don't really know any longer.
I'm not getting much of an image there.
Well, I suppose in the days of Robert, this would have been heavily woody.
Oh, I'd imagine so, yeah. Well, you see lights over there, and you still have lots of trees and that's surviving.
So, well, this must have been a moat or something.
Well, it's been rough
here.
course, kind of marshy land, there'd probably be trees and all kind of things you have to figure your way through, you know. That was kind of the Baileys in the early days. It's because the Yahoos have stolen the little plaque away from it. They come and, you see just after they opened it, it was all clean. They come out here and sprayed it all with paint and stuff.
You're okay.
Yeah, no, you still see some of it like it's trying to wash off the walls, you know.
Well, I noticed that white from down here.
Yeah.
I wasn't know
They
what it
painted
was.
all kind of rubbish, I didn't believe it, because you see it's showing all the plaques and it's showing what the parts were. There's some people, you know, they've no pride in their own history or anything.
Doesn't really look like a place fit for a king, does it?
No, because you think this is only the back end of the castle, that's all that's left. You look at the model down here, there was a gatehouse which is bigger here, and you have 4 other turrets, corners, you know.
Uh-huh.
It was quite substantial size, plus the curtain walls. I mean, that's what, 1200 nods.
1200 was when it was built before that, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, aye, but what's left here?
Oh, it's 1200 years old, you're saying?
This here though, it's 1200 and something, you know. A lot of placards in the wall.
The light is terrible here.
Aye.
Well, what do you do about it?
Toilets, you know.
What's that?
These are the toilets. Old gravity ones.
Oh, latrine chutes.
The road is still damp.
Probably very fertile, though. That was because the model, the village was built on top of this hillock over here, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Probably just welcoming within the walls of the castle here at the time they're under attack or something, maybe, you know.
Well, it's a natural fortress, my God.
Yeah, you can see some of the shields nearly in the walls. You know, how up the walls.
Oh yeah, way up there.
Right along the face of the walls there, you see the line off.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to get any of that on the film.
Look at from Trin, if it's more to this side, see where the factory itself is.
Yeah.
Look at the Trin, it's almost directly aligned with that.
Right, but from here.
No, I'm not sure, I think that's part of the moon, but that's the head of the sleeping giant.
Head of
So the whole hell's down this way, but it's almost just to the trees just getting off.
Okay.
You know. When you move around, the whole perspective changes, you know. Okay, thanks a lot.
God, listen to those pigeons.
See how smooth the roof is, I mean, even considering the number of stories.
Yeah. God, that's really a lot of architecture in that.
Quite complicated to build up, I think.
Yeah. People were never as tall as me back then, I don't think.
Oh, actually, I remember reading something that said that a lot of that wasn't really true necessarily, you know. That they showed you some things that they had to build much. They just tend to build a lower because they were stronger. You know, it was difficult to fight your way and you had to bend down.
Yeah, that's just one of those things of evolution. They figured out, hey, we probably wouldn't bang our heads if we
That's right.
made it a little bigger.
Oh, well, man, in case you just left.
Push it back.
Watching everything.
Yeah.
Cold down
We
here.
just had a hole.
Cold?
Just threw people down, and if they broke their legs, that was too bad. Nobody came down to fix them. We probably just threw them food once in a while.
What's down there?
Nothing.
It was just a square.
Just a square?
Cold and dark and wet because you've been
You
down
imagine
this whole thing
spending
probably
the
as well.
rest of your life down there, maybe for
Years?
20, 30
Somebody's
years.
throwing you
Oh, you
food
don't
down.
think you survive.
I don't think you'd live that long.
No, I don't think that long.
30 days or something.
I don't think you live
You've been darkness the whole time as well, probably.
Especially if you've broken your
Prison
legs or your
pit.
back or your, oh, misery. Oh.
The attitude in these days, so it's
Oh, it had a fireplace.
oh, this bit did not down below.
Entered the miserable pit below, entered through the hatch, had nothing. What's up here?
Up to the back top. Up to the top. I'm not coming.
You're not. Well, it's part of the architecture up here, the main bit.
Yeah, come on, Mom.
Just go round and round.
Yeah.
We'll have a grand view when you get up here.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Oh, wow. It's a great hall.
Yeah. Beautiful, look at vault, you know.
yeah. Fireplace.
Yeah, I want you to go. Oh, yes, I don't know. Nice little bed for us.
That's right. Yeah.
Water is strong.
What do you say, Mom?
I'm going to put my flower seed and I'm going to go get the water.
Then you left the white one.
Go over here and get some flowers.
There actually is a little jar there, maybe, you know, it's a bit better in fact. Yeah, might fit better. There's actually some water, there must be a jar of dirty water in there.
bad here. I don't know if this is going to be readable.
All there at the bottom here.
Oh, there we go. It's better light here.
Because you bear in mind they didn't have much money, you know.
Yeah, it's pretty clear.
That's the thing,
readable, yeah.
it's survived quite well, aye.
Well, I could probably benefit from some kind of cleaning. Don't they have
Well,
chemicals of some sort?
This is my father. We want to replace that. Want to get a decent stone. Because we didn't know at the time that would go like that, you know. So that's no matter what I do, we're planning on replacing that. A new one.
Now, is this your grandmother's stone, the white one?
Yes. This is my great-grandfather here, the one that was shot.
Now, where it says he was shot while discharging his
Yeah,
duty.
he was a gamekeeper. It was poachers that he was after.
Poachers shot him?
Poachers shot
This is
him.
your grandfather.
Yeah.
Your
No, my great-grandfather.
your great-grandfather.
Great-grandfather.
What was the
This
lineage?
is my grandfather here. Oh, it was his father, David. And that was my father's father.
Your
And
father's father was
it
David,
was David, right.
and he was the one that was shot.
No, his father, James, was shot.
Aha. So
It
your
was my
father's father's
great-grandfather.
father.
Yeah. And so that was your great-great-grandfather. And that was my great-grandfather. And his wife was Jane Haggerty. And Agnes Davidson was my grandmother, my father's mother. She was 81 when she died. And Gilbert was the son who died before my father was born. And that's why my father was called Gibb, because he wanted to use that name, but it was considered unlucky to have.
Oh, I would imagine.
So they called him Gibb. See, we got the gamekeeper's symbol right here with the gun. And this stone here, my father's and my mother's, used to be pure white.
Well, I was just saying to David, it looks
Before.
like it's in need of serious cleaning.
Well, we're talking. Well, it's been cleaned before, but we're going to add something. You know, where's David? Oh, that another thought that maybe we could have something added to the stone down here
What, at the bottom?
at the bottom, and put all that and put that information on there. That might be wrong.
Now, your mother's the only one of her family here, because
Oh, yes.
her family's not from Daly.
Oh no, her family's not from here. Traditionally.
What were you saying?
No, traditionally, you know, the wife and the husband are buried together in whoever has the plot, and it's very often the man. But
Does your mother's family have a plot, her parents?
we don't know. See, we don't know where they're buried.
You don't know where your mother's?
I don't know where my grandmother's buried. We don't know anything about them. Betty Sword may know, because my grandfather, Harker, is probably buried in Musselburgh, because he went to live with his son in his old age.
And Betty Sword, what's the exact relation of Betty?
Betty's my cousin. She's the daughter of my mother's sister, Annie.
Annie?
Annie.
A few races up there.
Oh yeah, we'll have to go look at that.
A few what up there?
Races of people that are kind of cross-related to us, you know.
They're not cross-related.
Well.
Granny's people were related.
Also the Douglas Sturgeon's folks earlier too.
Yeah.
He lives in Prescott now.
Yeah. You know what I was thinking, David? I was wondering if it would be possible to restore the bottom of that stone and put that information on the bottom of that stone.
Don't know if I get her in there, I don't have much room, I don't think.
Well, I don't know. I think you probably could. Because I'm not sure. Where is the Rennie? I mean, where is the marker? Is that...
No, I don't know. Possibly they were up. I must include this because I wasn't allowed to put that.
Right, that's what I was thinking.
Plaque on here. They were all, well, at least up to their grandparents because they were all born in Daly, weren't they?
Oh, yes.
In fact, our grandfather he was born in Daly.
And he lived and died here.
He lived and died here, that's right, yeah.
So how old was your father when he left?
Oh, what?
We were 4. So he'd probably be your age when he left Daly.
Yeah.
He lived here all his life till he was your age. And then
30, 31?
Yeah, and then we went to
Moncton, wasn't
Moncton
it? Yeah.
after that, right.
How long did you live in Moncton?
For
Oh.
about 2 years.
Yeah.
And then we went.
Oh, that's when you lived on East Grove Street.
Sure is. It's called Hadyard Hill.
Hadyard?
H-A-D yard, Hadyard.
We had some old mines up there,
Yeah.
some old pits.
Also over that way too.
Yeah.
The mines,
Oh, they look like they're planting over here.
Aye, that is forestry work, yeah.
Was your grandfather a miner?
No, no, he was an estate worker and then later worked on the railways.
Oh, that's right. He was the warden.
Yeah.
Got shot.
No.
Well, that was his father.
That was your great-grandfather.
That was
Great, yeah, he
But
was
our grandfather, David Rennie,
yeah.
worked in the railway. He was
I've
a
worked the States before that.
Yeah, he worked in they were all estate workers.
Yeah.
Basically, that was all there was.
When
to
the
do
railways
here.
came, some of them moved on to
Yeah.
it slightly betterment, you know, wage-wise, you know, they've improved a little bit financially. But generally, most of the people are all estate workers.
Cooks and gardeners.
Yeah, that kind of thing,
See, mother's name's spelled correctly here, David, with the one N.
yeah.
I've seen
Oh,
it.
because she was still around at the time.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
I don't know. My grandfather's brother,
What was his name?
I'm Jean's father. He was her grandfather's brother, wasn't
Wait, say that again?
he? Aunt Jean. Her father would be her grandfather's brother, John Rennie.
Oh, Uncle John's wife, you mean?
Aye,
Yes.
her father.
He's a grandfather's brother.
Keeping in the family like now, you see.
What's that?
Keeping in the family.
How do you mean?
Well, you know the old joke about incest, it's a game all the
Oh.
time you can play. Well, some folk married their cousins. Well, my Aunt Jean married my father's brother, and her father was my grandfather's brother. So John Rennie was David Rennie's brother. So keeping in the family, you see.
Yeah.
Yeah. So cousins in other words, first cousins.
I suppose when you live in a small town,
Well, that's
choices
right,
are
yeah,
slim.
that's right, yeah. Yeah, we have one. We have another one just here, this little red one here. It's almost the same design as the other stone, except it's red sandstone.
Now who's this?
It's just further down. Similar to that one. Oh, sorry, it's not. It's the next one down here. Little red one here, is it? Yeah. Yeah, this one here. This is Samuel Rennie's. So we think he's probably a cousin there. One day, one of his sons died in Toronto, 1908.
Samuel Rennie.
Ah, the newer ones through there. Yeah. Oh, they're all, a lot of them in Troon now as well.
What's this?
Well, you know, they put a picture of the person who died on the tombstone, you know, it's engraved into it.
Uh-huh.
And,
Oh, with the computer now?
Some of the tombstones are quite magnificent, all the different colours. And if they had an interest in, like, say, like keeping pigeons, racing pigeons or something, they've got like an engraving of a pigeon or a pigeon loft and stuff like that. Like if he was a fisherman, there's even one with a bus on it. He was a coach
A bus driver?
Yeah, yeah. And they're all, I think it's actually quite a piece of artwork that the colours in the marble, pinks, you know, and apple green stuff, they're quite magnificent, you know.
Wow.
It's a piece of art I can see in the future that folk will go around looking at these and collecting them, you know. Still the newer cemeteries could have them, but some are really unbelievable, the colours that's in them. Graveyards with all these coloured tombstones in them, you know, there's blue and... Oh yeah, the marbles, blues and pinks
Where
and
do you
greens,
see
and little
those?
pictures on them with, you know,
Where
like
do
a...
you see those?
Well, all over the place, not so much here, but like the same press lights to it.
Really?
It's all magnificent.
Oh, I've never seen that.
There you
Really?
go,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah, here we go.
It's this one here?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Joanna Cook.
John David Rennie.
Now this was your
grandfather's brother.
grandfather's brother.
Yeah.
And this is my Uncle Jock,
Your Uncle Jock.
John David.
Oh,
Rennie.
you
Yeah.
call him.
Yeah,
Yeah,
see, they had the
he was
same
the
name
son.
'cause
He was
a
the son of
cousin.
the brother of the
They
John
were
Rennie at the
cousins
top.
who got married.
Yeah.
Sturgeons, the sturgeons lived in one of these houses, his house.
This is the old courtyard, but there's nothing visible any longer. And actually some of the graves are now below the road here.
Oh yeah.
So if you were only 4 years old when you left Daly,
Yeah.
did you guys come back to visit a lot?
Oh,
Or?
well, not a lot, but we came back.
Transport problem,
We
yeah.
came back on the bus from time to time. But I mean, it was a major expedition just to come. You had to go to Ayr and get a bus, change. And, people just didn't have the money for the bus fares. That was a big thing.
I'm thinking it's along here and down.
What's down here?
Sure though.
The site where the waterside cottage was.
Yeah,
where
we
my
went once
grandparents-
before, if you remember.
The Waterside Cottage, you said your
Grandparents lived there.
your father's
My
parents?
father's parents. Right.
And you used to come visit them here?
That's where my father grew up. Was in this little.
That fella who told us,
doesn't exist
that
now.
fella who told us that grandfather also lived at one time in one of the houses along the main street.
Oh, that's where we lived.
Yeah. Oh, must keep us
No,
there.
grandfather
Well,
didn't. No,
well,
grandfather didn't.
well,
live
he would
there.
know me, see. Well.
No, he lived in Water. Now, whether when he was first married he lived somewhere else, but that was years because my father was born in Waterside Cottage and his brothers were, and some of them died there.
Yeah. But I don't think grandfather was living there at the end though. That's what I mean.
Oh, yes, that's where he died.
Oh.
And that's when Granny moved to live with Uncle Billy. But he lived in Waterside Cottage for years and years and years. I remember Rona and I came down here one day in the bus. Yeah, I think it's down here.
Uh-huh.
And we met a man that was digging a plot of ground down by the river. And he said this particular spot grew the best vegetables and flowers. And it turned out to be where they had the outdoor privy for Waterside Cottage.
No longer stone property though.
Yeah.
I'm assuming
I feel we went down.
privy means
Yeah, I think there's nothing there. There's a house there and a garden in it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll see how we can go.
Other side.
Right, okay, I see,
But,
right, okay.
But see, I think there was one further up the river.
Right, okay. There's a path that goes along it, is there?
Uh,
Or you have to go elsewhere over there?
there is another side.
Uh-huh.
There's a path goes right through the wood up to
Right.
the castle.
Oh, I see.
Was
right.
it near the castle, like?
No, it was
just
actually
on
in
the
the village,
side.
aye, just
Right.
fine. Yeah.
Well, that's it, but there was
Yeah.
one way up the other end of the
Okay.
river, like, but
Right,
that's the only one in the big
Okay,
here.
thanks a lot. We're going
Right,
to
okay,
much
bye.
obliged.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
what, there used to be a cottage over here that's been torn down? Or?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, aye.
And you know, it was in and around here, because when you came out of the cottage, you had to go to the right to open the gate.
Pay for the bridge.
So the cottage was here, David.
No.
It was in.
I didn't see something on the ground.
Well, but you can see here. Look, you can see that this has been.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, aye.
It was in and around here. And these were all trees. I've got pictures of Rona and me with our grandfather under a tree such as this. This was Waterside Cottage.
What?
Right here.
Right here?
Right here. This was it here. And so when we came out, we've got pictures of Rona and me and Grandpa under this tree. What? Yeah, but this was where it was. And we came out and we had to go down to the bridge here and open the bridge. The bridge here. There was all been.
There's all the rubble there, that's been built here,
get a brick from there.
Get a what?
You get a brick from there. This is a brick from my grandparents' house.
What's this river?
Oh, this is the river Britain. This is where my uncle was drowned when he was
Oh.
11 years old. They were, I guess they must have been, it was a bigger river.
What was your uncle's name?
Wider. Danny. And he and my father and my Uncle Bertie, they were, I think, 10, 11, and 12, were just horsing around in the river. And I think he must have fallen on a stone or something and struck his head, but he drowned. They ran.
Go further to one of the deeper pools.
Well, it may have been, I mean, I
Yeah.
just know it was on
I
the
was going to
river.
see how shallow it is. Surprised
Yeah.
you drowned, but there's some
No,
deeper
it was,
pools further along.
it was a bigger, it was a deeper river when our parents were younger.
Well, if you strike your head, you can drown in 2 inches of
right.
water.
Well, they ran off and
But
left
what
them.
we refer to as fishing pools right
Yeah,
along
they're
it, which are
probably
quite
not.
deep,
Yeah,
you know.
I mean, we don't know where
No.
the spot was.
Now you said there was a bridge that used to be here,
This is it here.
and what? Whose job
It
was?
was a suspension bridge.
Now whose job was
Swing
the?
bridge.
My grandfather.
Swing bridge.
Your
It was
grandfather?
a suspension bridge.
No,
But
no,
This is what they call suspension bridge in the state, meaning it
Oh.
it moves.
Oh, well,
You know,
well,
it's
we have
Okay.
suspension and swing, but they're two different things.
and
Suspension bridge is suspended, you know, the cables like that.
Yeah.
But the swing bridge actually, you know,
oh, it
goes like a
moved back
gateway.
and forth. It
Oh,
just-
now your grandfather was the.
no, it was because his cottage was tied
to
to this
operating
castle up here,
Uh-huh.
and he was only able to live there so long as he would agree to be the gatekeeper. And basically his job was to open this gate for the bridge every time somebody wanted to come and go to the castle. And when he wasn't here, my grandmother opened the bridge. And then after my grandfather died, of course, my grandmother lost the right to live there. And it had been in the family for years, and you'd lived there for generations.
So who lived in the castle?
I don't really know. I don't know their names.
Then they just basically.
The Kennedys, yeah,
And,
something
and they
like
just basically said after he died, well,
that. Get out,
yeah.
get out. And this was torn down. The house was torn down in the 50s, I believe, because Rona and I came down here one time, and they told us that just about 3 or 4 years before we came, it was still here. But I'd like to get a stone if I can. Very, very peaceful. Probably had deer here too.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
My Aunt Jan, when she retired, and this was after George and I went to America, bought a house in Daly. It's way down here. And Rowan and I came down to see her one time. She was about 92, and it was windy and wet, and probably about 50, 60 miles an hour wind, and she was out in the garden planting flowers. I was so impressed.
Well, you know, and that's how it is 80% of the year. You just.
She was a really sturdy woman. She probably weighed about 50 pounds. Very slight.
She's the one that you just saw last year, was 107, right?
Yeah, well, your dad and I saw her 4 years ago. She would have, when she died, I think she was 109 when she died.
Good Lord.
She's the oldest living of all the Rennies.
I would imagine.
But my Aunt Jean, my father's sister, and my Aunt Molly, my father's sister, lived to be well into their 90s. They have children who are now in their 90s. My cousins. We used to come up there when we lived, well, when we came to visit my grandparents from Waterside. We would come up here and go along here to buy fresh bread and rolls in the morning. And here we were, 4 years old. A lot more was expected of children in those days than now. I remember this square as being very impressive. Where that garage is, the blue door is,
I'm
just
sorry?
to the, where that blue door is,
Uh-huh.
it's like a garage. Just to the right of it, that first window, there was a milliner shop in there, and they always had hats in the window. And then this corner shop was the bakery. And then way down at the end of the village, we had an Italian cafe that sold ice cream. And they had a butcher shop. I think it probably was in here. Yeah, there it is. That was the old butcher shop.
Post office,
That was
Burns,
about
butcher.
it. So that was about it for shops.
Now, where were you born? Weren't you born in one of these?
No, I was born a little farther down here, on this side of the road.
I guess we're going to drive to it.
Well, we'll just walk. It's just
All right,
down
they
here.
just got in the car.
Where?
David and Mary over here.
But when she was 7, her mother died. And then she went to live with my Aunt Jean, who was my grandmother's sister, my mother's sister, and my Uncle Bob, because they had no children. That's Alec Patterson's parents.
Uh-huh.
And when my mother went into service, domestic service, when she was 12, she went to live in Kilmarnock, which was a much bigger town. So most of her life she was used to living in a bigger town. And then when she was about 16 or 17, she went to live in London. So
Your mother did?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that.
She worked for a member of parliament. She was his cook. And so you can imagine that coming to live in Daly was not what she wanted to do.
So from the time she was 12, she was basically somebody's cook.
Yes. Well, at 12, you became what they called a skivvy.
What's
really.
a skivvy?
A skivvy was somebody who started out in the scullery.
And what's a scullery?
Well, a scullery is adjacent to the kitchen, and it's where you prepared the vegetables and
Uh-huh.
peeled the potatoes and
Oh, okay.
carrots
I think
and
I've
all
heard of
that stuff.
scald
Right,
potatoes or
right,
something.
Right. And then you would work, basically you served an apprenticeship, and you would work with the cook.
So she was out of school by the time she was...
Yes, she was out of school by the time she was 12. And
That was pretty standard?
pretty standard. Pretty standard. That was her life. But she had good people. She was fortunate enough to work when she went to Kilmarnock with a Mrs. MacDonald, who was from Edinburgh. And she basically became my mother's mother, I guess. She helped raise my mother. Now, you know, it's one of these houses here.
That you were born in?
I was born upstairs.
Above the pub?
Well, see, there was no pub then. It was one of these two houses.
What's the name of the street we're on?
Well, here's Main Street.
Main Street.
Yeah, but there aren't any numbers.
So your parents were living in a flat up here?
Upstairs, basically. Yeah. I don't know if we can go round the side.
Bridge End House, it says.
Well, yes, it wasn't called that then. Let's go around the corner. I might be able to see down into
The King's Arms Hotel. Well, that would have been a good place for your father to go and leave his worrying.
Except, of course, it wasn't a pub then. I don't think we had a pub at that time. This is probably where the ice cream shop was, somewhere around here.
But there was an ice cream shop here.
Yeah.
So we are in Daly, South Ayrshire, the corner of Main Street. And
And of course, this is the bridge here.
West End. What do you call this street here? It doesn't say.
No, this may not have a name. Let's go to the back. My grandmother, I think for a short while, lived in one of these houses on the left, taking care of somebody after her husband died. This is my Aunt Jan's house is up here somewhere. We have one.
What's the name of this street?
This is Woodside.
Woodside.
Well, this first bit is Wood Street, I think, isn't it? Up to the corner, and then after that is Woodside.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. I have pictures here of my father sitting with us as children in that back garden area.
Garden down over here?
Yeah, because that's the back of these houses that we're looking at. That's all been added onto, of course. You can see all that added onto at the back there. Basically,
So now it was one of these windows
that
up here.
upstairs, yeah, one of those upstairs windows. Yeah. Oh, so it's up here on the right.
On the left, you mean?
On the right.
On the right?
On the right, yeah.
4.
Right.
And that's when your grandmother was forced to leave her cottage.
Right. So what she did, she went to work as a sort of companion to an older lady who lived in one of these houses over here. And she died. Remember, Rona and I came to visit my grandmother. My grandmother must have known that woman very well. They were probably friends in the village when they lived here.
So you knew your father's mother pretty well.
Oh, yes. My granny Rennie died when I was probably about 15 or something like that. And anyway, she and this woman, I can't remember the woman's
She lived in
name.
Daly all her life.
Yes. She used to make elderberry wine for this friend of hers that she lived with. But she didn't live very long after my granny moved in with her. She just died, and so my granny had nowhere to go. And she ended up going to live with my Uncle Billy in Largs, because he had room for her and he had no children. And he probably had a little bit more money and could afford to take her in. So basically, most of her life afterwards was spent living a few months here and there with all her various children.
Now, when you were born, there weren't any doctors or anything here?
There was one doctor in the village,
Uh-huh.
and he came down and delivered Rona and me.
Which one of you was born first? You were Rona?
Rona. She's 5 minutes older than I am.
So this would be the door here?
This would be the door, right. This would be the door, I
Actually,
don't
this
know,
one.
the doors have changed now.
Right.
But it was probably a pretty view from the window, you know, looking down over the river here. Quite far from where my grandparents were, so it wasn't as if you had your mother-in-law and your father-in-law living next door.
Uh-huh.
But my grandfather, every morning, used to walk down here and take Rona and me and the pram for a walk so my mother could do her washing.
No.
Grandfather spent a great deal of time with Rona and me because we were twins and we were his only grandchildren living in the village here. And he was retired, and I guess it gave him something to do. But that was...
So you were only 4 when he died?
Yes, but when we were babies, we had a big twin pram. And I remember this pram. I don't know why I remember this pram, because I think that in later years my grandparents had it and my grandfather used it probably for spades and things, carrying things around.
Work tools.
Work tools, exactly. But he came and took Rona and me in this double-hooded pram. And I suppose in those days that was unusual for a man to do that. Scotsmen weren't very good at walking their children.
Well, it was so somebody could do the washing, so
That's
he had
right.
a good excuse.
Oh, well, that's right. And he helped my mother out a lot. My mother really was fond of him. My grandmother was very much a no-nonsense kind of person, because all the Rennies are hard workers and realists and take life as it comes. And so they would not have tolerated any kind of whining or poor me, I've got loads of washing to do, you know. That would not have been in their nature. And my grandmother, remember, had 13 children.
God.
So having twins would have been nothing for her. Because they didn't all live into adulthood.
Yeah, but just the fact of giving birth that many times
Oh, yes.
certainly color your outlook on life.
Yes. Well, when I remember her always as an old lady with white hair piled on top of her head and what we used to call pennies, big floral aprons that they wrapped around themselves. And she was always dressed in long black dresses that reached to her ankle and in boots. And of course she was a small woman and not really heavy, except she had a huge stomach for having had all those children. But when I remember her, it's always as an old lady. But she could only have been the same age I am now when I really first got to know her. I mean, my first memory of her.
Well, yeah, but hard living and stuff
Hard
make
living.
people...
Well, and they didn't.
Nowadays we don't think of
No.
the 60s as
didn't
being
do them.
aged.
They didn't do their nails, they didn't wear makeup, they didn't wear earrings. Their hair was a mess.
They didn't eat anything but crisps and fish.
Well, potato and meat. I mean, they ate well, but all their own vegetables. So even though they may have overeaten a little bit, they worked hard to raise what they did eat.
Well, we've yet to establish the.
Oh, aye, the
No,
actual
but we know,
connection,
yeah,
aye.
but
I'd
we
say
know,
probably we don't
we
think of
know
the
it's
connection
a,
yet.
we know it's a family.
No, she's a Rainy, that's all we can say
Yeah.
at the moment. Oh, look at the birds flying about here.
The grand and great grandparents of the choir all gone.
So was she the great grandmother? No,
No, she was the
She
grandmother.
was his
grandmother.
grandmother.
Yeah,
Agnes Rennie was Robert Burns'
Yeah.
grandmother.
because Agnes Rainey's mother,
It's Mrs. William Rainey.
yeah,
Oh, Rainey.
stayed in
Mabel.
Mabel. Mabel.
I've got another Rainey up here.
Yeah, there's another one.
Christina, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well, we
Another
know it's a
Rennie.
family. It's the
Yeah.
Rennies and Dale. It has to be family.
Oh, aye, they're all, aye. They're all,
We did
she's
actually
a,
tie her up with
did we
somebody.
tie it with somebody,
Yeah.
did we? Yeah.
It's in the paperwork at
Yeah.
home.
She has to be somebody's sister.
Yeah. Well, one was looking for Minna Rainey.
Minna?
I'm worried about Minna.
Well, there was Minna in here.
Poor widow woman.
Is
Oh, for
she-
many girls, people. There's a washerwoman.
I watched her. Oh my God.
That's just to survive. When one was
thing.
looking
She
after
was a
cattle,
widow.
she was about
A widow?
70 odd, still looking after cattle.
Oh God.
What did they have to do?
God, they had a hard life,
Yeah.
didn't they?
Like that, yeah, great grandfather was shot in the service. They never gave any bloody money to the
No,
family.
no, they didn't.
Stuff that's just your Donald Duck.
Isn't that terrible? Well, we threw her out of her house. Is Agnes Campbell, Ferguson. I would have expected to see the name Bruce a lot more than I see
No,
here.
this area you don't.
Well, Mabel was Bruce territory.
Well, it was, but it wasn't a big family.
It's quite a popular place.
Oh my God.
Very clear, but we're looking at Goat Fell on Erin. Now is that some kind of Tibetan monastery or is that the Roddick Castle? There's a Tibetan monastery on the Holy Isle right in front of Erin. Looks like a red brick castle like you were talking about though. What's this place called? Whiting Bay?
Finding Bay.
That's the Holy Isle right there. I don't see any Tibetans.
Probably around the other side. see a house straight over here. I think David said there was a This is a great sailing area. People come here to sail from all over. Delicious.
Can't see Goat Fell from here.
No. It's on the west coast here.
Now, how does that happen without...
Because this is a Gulf Stream that comes down the west coast of Scotland. So it warms the waters and it makes it a more temperate climate.
Are they indigenous to here, or did somebody bring them?
You know, I don't really know because they're all over the west coast. And Flockton has a bunch of them too, where you are.
It's amazing. Do they grow coconuts or anything?
I don't think so.
Palm trees in Scotland.
Yeah, they don't grow very tall.
Who would have thunk it?
Spindly looking.
Well, here we are in Erin with our little rented car. You know, it's funny, I don't think they probably wouldn't rent cars to Americans for these skinny little roads, these 5-speed cars, for if they knew how easy it was to get a driver's license in our country. Because it definitely requires attention and skill. Narrow roads. It's a nice coastal overlook. Beach. 100 feet below. It's not unlike Hawaii or California. Here we have some of the local citizenry, the wee children. Bye to you too. Sound like a bunch of drunken cowboys or something. Oh, where'd your mom go? Where'd your mom go? Look at you, you wee thing. That would be a nice address. And it doesn't give you any. Oh, there's a plaque up there. Didn't have to walk quite as far this time, Mom. Baby lambs. Oh, little guys.
End of the 14th century.
John de Menteith. I wonder if that became, is it Monteith? Isn't that a
Monteith.
common?
Yeah, probably. The Menteith was, would be French. That'll be the Normans, I guess.
The builder is unknown.
Oh, it's gotta be on there.
It's a pretty good sized tower.
Well, it's a keep rather than a castle. It's a fortress type. Must have been
Nope.
enough to get in.
What was the name of this little town we're
Uh,
is this La Cranza? Is that the name of the town?
No, this is Catacol.
Catacol? On the Isle of Arran. Sheep are everywhere. on one side of the fence. I don't know how to get back.
Over the water, See how fast?
Yeah, I'm trying to. He's going so fast I can't get him in shot. I'm just not fast enough with the camera yet. Why don't you go back over here, Mom? All right. Kelburn Estate, Largs. What were we going to tell us?
This whole row here used to be estate workers' houses. Probably the man who took care of the sheep would live here. Kind of pretty little place. And then this was the old byre here. The byre is just
What's a buyer?
basically an old shed. We had, it was for cattle originally. It was empty when I used to come here. We used to
So it
come
was
in-
already out of service when you were a child.
It was basically used as a storeroom then. We used to come in here and play in the winter time sometimes when it. These are the cattle stalls for the cattle when they had them. And obviously it's used as a
Children's playroom now.
There's an attic up there that would sell chickens. I always thought it was an enormous place when I was a child. It was
This
big.
room?
Yes. It was big and barren. It was kind of scary because it was dark and gloomy. It wasn't painted white.
Oh, I bet on a rainy,
Right.
foggy
And
day
all
it would be
these
that way.
floors, this, all these
Cold stone.
dark cold stones. Oh, it was damp. It was kind of fun though. Once these doors were closed, it was totally dark in here.
Now, who was it that worked here?
My uncle, my father's eldest brother.
Your father's oldest brother. What was his name?
Billy.
Billy.
William Stewart. This is where you get your name. This was where he lived, in this house.
This end one here?
In this end one here.
And what was his duty here?
He was the head gardener. He took care of these yew trees and any plants and vegetables and things that we had, grew the garden. And your Aunt Rona and I used to play at being bus conductresses, running up and down.
Bus conductresses?
Yeah. Originally, bus conductresses used to carry a little box with a punch on it.
Uh-huh.
And when people bought their tickets, you put it in under the little box and punch holes in it. And then you'd ring the bell to let people out the bus. And we used to just do this and make
Ding,
it
ding,
ring.
ding.
Yeah, make it ring.
And this was where he lived?
This is where they lived.
If you want to go inside,
I don't know if
show
you
me.
can. It's
I
in
think you can. The door's open.
administration.
If we get kicked out, we'll claim ignorance. Come on in. Show me his living quarters. How long was he here?
Oh gosh, he was here for years and years and years. This was the scullery. There used to be a little bathroom in here, just a little toilet, little tiny toilet. And the
What,
sink.
right the minute you walked in the front door?
Right.
There's your toilet?
Yeah, right here.
Did it have a door?
Right, oh yeah. It was just right here. And over here was a sink and a cooker.
This room is about 5 foot square.
This was it. And this was basically the living room. Now, none of this was here. It was a
Fireplace, you mean?
Yeah, it was very big and long. One of these big black cookers that had to be cleaned and scrubbed. You've
Big
seen
iron
those?
stove.
Iron stoves. It was just huge. It's that here. And that probably was a cupboard of some kind. I don't really remember that. And there used to be an old dresser that sat over here that had a thick, thick marble top.
Mhm.
There was a table that ran this way and two big chairs here.
Was there, did he have, going through this door, was that his quarters as well, to a bedroom and stuff, or did he only live in this one
We have
room?
a dog in here.
Well, but did he live in there, or was this all part of his apartment?
Yes, and then this was the dog in here.
All right. So what was it, 2 bedrooms?
This was
or?
a hallway.
Uh-huh.
That was a bedroom right there,
Mhm.
where you see that please mark. To the left was a living room that was kept for the night. That was the front.
Oh, that room, you mean?
Yeah.
That's through
That
there.
was the front door, which was never used. I mean, nobody came to the front door. But if they did, it would be somebody important, and you take them into this living room here. With all the
So they
well.
wouldn't have to see your actual scullery and living quarters.
And then up there were 2 bedrooms.
Were these his too?
Yes.
Going up the stairs?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
I always thought this was a very nice house.
Yeah, he had quite a bit of room.
I mean, this was a very nice staircase. It was always kept highly polished.
How long did he work here?
Probably, I'd say a good 12 or 15 years, something like that, until he retired. And then he went to Symington. Hello. I'm sorry, my uncle used to be the gardener here
Oh,
many
right,
years
yeah,
ago, and he
well.
lived in this house.
Right.
Can we go upstairs
Yeah,
and see
it's
the
just-
bedrooms just for a second?
It's all offices and
I
whatever.
understand that. Thank you.
Alrighty.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's storage and fucking all sorts.
Okay, thank you. This was my grandmother's bedroom.
Your grandmother lived here?
Yes, this is where she lived here.
Well, not she. You mean
In
his
her
mother
room.
lived here?
When my grandmother, Rennie, after she left Daly, came to live with my Uncle Billy, who lived here, because she had no
Oh,
home.
after your grandfather died and
Right.
got kicked out of
She
that.
lost a home. Right, and there was a big wardrobe that sat here. Behind the big wardrobe was a single bed. There was a double bed over here that my granny and Rona slept in, and I slept in that single bed. It was a fireplace,
So
Chest of
actually,
drawers.
you got one
a bed to myself.
one good deal over Rona.
Yeah, I did. So this was, and it was, I mean, now that I see it, it's a fair sized room. It had a big wardrobe and a chest of drawers and a chair for her.
Did you have that skylight design here?
Oh,
like
yes,
this?
that was there too. Yeah, that was there too. And then, this was the box room.
What's a box room?
Yeah, this is the box room. You can just barely see
What do you
it.
mean by box room?
Box, a storage, little storage room.
That's still what it is, a big
Yeah.
closet.
Well, that's where they kept clothes and books and different things. And this,
Must be locked.
that was another bedroom.
About as big as this one, or?
Yes, and this was the guest bedroom. And that's where my uncle used to take in people, you know, for bed and breakfast. I don't know
Oh.
if that was arranged or not
Or he
arranged.
made a couple bucks on the side, maybe?
Exactly. Here's the piggery. This is where they have the pigsty.
The pigsty right over here, huh?
Right. But now I don't
The
ever...
old piggery.
Old piggery. It wasn't covered in like this. It was open because there weren't any pigs when I was growing up.
You played in the piggery.
Rabbits? Oh, isn't he dainty?
What was in here when you played in here?
Nothing, just empty stalls. And
Oh,
when it
little
was
bunnies.
raining, we used to come in here and play and make little houses. And we used to find little broken dishes and make porridge in here. Down here, my uncle used to keep hens, chickens and hens.
Here we have it.
is the back of the old pig. This is basically the little places that we crawled into to play in. And we used to have tremendous rowan trees were here. I think they're all gone now. We had all the pigs and the hens up here. And this is the back, of course, of the house. I mean, you can see it's really a nice looking house. And from the back here, you can see the two dormer windows. The one on the left being my grandmother's and the one on the right
Being for the borders.
the guest bedroom. And in that guest bedroom, my aunt and uncle had all white furniture. White furniture. And they had a big green satin coverlet on the bed. I thought it was very elegant.
Did they have children?
And we always wanted to sleep in that bedroom because it's huge white furniture. And they never wanted us to sleep in there because that was where the guests slept.
Yeah, the
paying
children would
guests.
stain it.
But the very last night, it's really ironic because the last night I gave up the place. My granny pleaded with my Aunt Nanny to let Rhoda and me sleep in here. So we slept in here in that bedroom. Oh, it was, to this day I remember that. I mean, it was so luxurious.
So how often did you come here?
We came here every summer for 2 weeks. For, I don't know, maybe 10 years or so. And we came down here on the bus by ourselves. And Mother and David, when he was a baby, would come to pick us up.
What are we, about 15 miles away from Troon?
About 30.
30 miles?
30. It required 2 bus changes.
Hmm.
But my mother would come and pick us up.
Bless you. So you were riding the bus alone with your sister from what
yeah.
age?
From the time we would be about 6 or 7.
Wow. 30-mile bus ride by yourself.
And changed buses with a big suitcase. And got off at the right spot, walked up here. And I always remember us walking up that road by ourselves because nobody knew what time we were coming, carrying that suitcase between us.
The pouring rain. And
Well, sometimes it was pouring. It seemed to rain a lot when we came here. I spent a lot of my time looking out those windows and being homesick. But my mother would come and pick us up, and she might spend the night, or we might go home late at night. But the middle house, the house in the middle here, was forester. He was the head forester. And I always thought of him as having a lot more money or something than he may have had.
no information center selling tickets.
No, none of that. And it was just peaceful.
Now who this whole place belong
It
to?
belongs to the Earl of Glasgow.
And would your uncle have ever met him, or would he have been, but he would have known him?
He would have met him.
He wouldn't have been some distant figure up in the castle that you didn't ever see.
He used to walk around the grounds a lot. I mean, we ran into him many
Crack the
times.
whip.
Right. Well, I don't know about that, but my granny, when she would see him coming, would try to get us to go behind the gate.
They have children here.
Well, she just had that very old-fashioned notion that, when somebody came by that you worked for who had a title, just like a housemaid in the house, you got out of the way. You didn't go in the way, and you didn't make effort to talk to him. But he, the old man at that time, used to seek my granny out, if she were in the trees collecting raspberries or bushes or whatever, wherever she was, he would come over and talk to her, So we met him a couple of times, He used to say, "How are you, children?" sort of thing, and that was the end of it. But I think he was probably a nice old man, probably ran up here.
He lived up in some...
Well, he had the castle's way down here. He had at least 3 daughters that I know. And we met one of them one time because she seemed to live here and walk around a lot. Her name was Lady Martin. For some reason, we had an older sister. Well, they don't not Grizzle. I think it was a third sister. And I know that there was a son, but I never saw any of them. The actor David Niven was a great friend of the family, and he used to come here in the summertime.
Did you meet him?
No, I didn't meet him, but I saw him. I mean, he kept out of the way. He didn't.
Castle where the Earl lived? Now, is this something else that used to be white before turned all gray and drab?
No, probably not. Although the outside has all been restored, so it may well have been. I never remember it any other way than this, grey. I mean, you can see that this is not definitely an original 13th century castle.
No, it's been
But there's just been one on the
reworked.
side. It's all been reworked, but that may have been the original design, and it may actually have been all there was of the castle, the rounded tower, the turret, because that's a traditional castle style. Here.
Did your grandmother worked in the kitchen here?
No, she would come up to see people or maybe bring some produce or something. A couple of times she came to the kitchen for some reason.
So the kitchen is the only place of the castle you ever saw?
Yes, exactly. And I think that where that blue door is, you can see that little, it's like a little porch where the blue, that's all been added. And underneath it was an entrance to the kitchen area, onto a passageway that led there, I just remember.
The kitchen is probably a place the Earl never saw.
Exactly.
We know about the dining room.
This is the ice house. There are several little caves along here on this side. So it would have been a great play area for people in the castle or estate workers or
A little dangerous to
adventurous
get up into
children.
those caves, though.
Probably,
30
but,
feet above the water.
yeah, but people probably did it. Maybe tied a rope from somewhere and came down that way. They go back a ways. I wonder if there's a way over there.
There's a path down here.
Yes, there's a bridge over there.
Yeah, this is Monument at Largs. Honoring probably about the only European settlement that successfully repelled the Vikings.
Well,
Tell us the story of Largs.
all I can remember of it is that in 1263, the Vikings, who had been coming here for hundreds of years anyway and always winning, came in from behind the Cumberland. And they thought that they were sneaking up in the Scots, but they were prepared for them, were waiting for them. And they were led by the King Haakon, who was killed here. So they actually killed the Danish king on Scottish soil. And that was the very last attempt the Danes ever made to conquer Scotland. Or just Douglas Hill in itself. This was all Lord Glasgow's, all of that behind them. They had a lot of land. I think mostly he would have made his money.
Yep.
That tall tower to the right, that's the Wallace Monument.
Let's see. Now that's Stirling Castle.
I mean, yes, the Wallace Monument.
I don't see it.
It's a tower to the right and down, just on a straight slope down from the castle.
starting to look more like the Eiffel Tower.
Well, it does when you're close to it. I mean, it's on what's known as the Apple Rig.
Yeah. Windy here. Outside of Balquidder in the Trossachs. Beautiful.
This is all cattle country.
Sheep country.
The old cattle country. It's sheep now, but a lot of cattle rustling up here.
Uh-huh.
That's what Rob Roy.
Well, Rob Roy was a cattle
He
rustler.
was a cattle rustler, exactly. He was an outlaw. I mean, he was a rascal. It was Sir Walter Scott that turned him into some kind of hero. He never was a Robin Hood, you know.
What's that? What's that? This must be the one. McGregor despite them. Oh, I just love it. All these gravestones, just completely long forgotten, worn free. $400 old. There's almost a word or two on that one. Well, I'm just saying, you know, stones are 400 years old, completely
This
forgotten people.
This grave here, this is probably somebody a heck of a lot more important than Rob Roy.
Yeah.
More money, and it's all forgotten. Nothing on it now.
Livingston. No, I don't mean the Livingston. It's the family name.
But I think this is something else, though. I mean, that's just a stone that was out there. But whatever was in here. Very peaceful place to lie here, isn't it? It should be Kilchurn, because that's what you can see. Lost bit of land.
It's so hard to hold this camera steady in the wind. You see it out there? View from the window of the Arbor Bed and Breakfast in Oban.
the other end is brisket.
That's the Abbey right across there, right?
Yes.
So there's 48 kings buried there?
Yes.
Now, did I hear the bus driver say they were kings of Norway as well?
Yeah, there are some Norwegians.
Were they simultaneously kings of Scotland and Norway, or?
That was when, I guess that was more Norwegian than Scots.
But I mean, were they simultaneous, or were they
No,
different leaders?
No, different. The place that many of them chose to be buried
Uh-huh.
because of the religious significance.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry, what'd you say?
I think all of these here, these will be the old kings and all of these old things where they've just got markers.
So these would extend from a time period of like what to what? The king's burial grounds.
Well, from
These stones.
10, 1100.
And that would have been
That was in the
11th century.
11th, 12th century, East Baton
So it would have to be going back further than that then.
Well, probably about 500 years or so. And remember, some of them.
Well, the earliest ones
Some of
would
them
be.
are Norse. The earliest ones would probably be 9th, maybe. Well, no, Columba came here in.
The 6th century.
Yeah, so probably from the 7th and 8th century they would be buried here.
Up until about the
Up
1200s.
until about the 11th, well, the 12th century. So Kenneth MacAlpine is here. Kenneth MacAlpine, first king of Scotland, basically. That would probably be it, the fragment of stone. So, and so there's space here and here and here.
Kenneth MacAlpine being the first king of Scotland
First
would
king of
be
Scotland was in 900 and something.
St. Martin's.
Here, right, right. This would be the site of where he had his little chapel for himself.
It's hardly big enough for a bedroom.
Well, it was just to shine this was his little chapel.
Well, it would appear that the Vikings have returned to sack Iona again. Oh, this is a bucolic stop along the A28 coastal highway between Oban and Fort William. This is Barcaldine Castle. Not 100% certain we're pronouncing that right. Situated on a little island here near Appin Village.
Amazing how they always put their castles on these lovely
Oh,
spots
yeah.
that just
Well, you're gonna
nobody
go.
could quite get to.
You're gonna go to all that trouble to build one. You're gonna pick the best
Think
piece of
about
real estate
building
around.
it and getting all that stoneware up there.
Well, you know, most of the people who built these things probably didn't care about how much work went into it.
Oh no. 'Cause
Just
somebody
gather
else-
up all the
somebody else
villagers and
will
work
do
them
it.
until they drop.
Oh, that's absolutely fabulous.
From a bed and breakfast in North Ballacoolish. Glencoe. Say correctly here, that castle we're looking at yesterday was Markleton. It's not Markleton actually. It was Castle Stalker. Mispronounced it and misidentified it. Ah, what a beautiful place.
Sea Glencoe, cold, wet, damp with mist on it. Makes it more menacing. It could be a very dark place. When it says record, it's actually recording.
You go. Apparently, I guess the story is that William of Orange, the Dutch, well, he was a usurper to the English and Scottish crown, and demanded that everybody pledge allegiance to him, I guess,
By January 1st,
by January 1st. And
1692.
the poor folk of the MacDonald clan were 3 days late in making their way down to Inverary, about, what, 60 miles, you said, south?
Right. Because of weather conditions and delays by soldiers.
So they signed the document a couple days late, and they figured, well, at least they had signed the document, and they should be okay. This is the same William of Orange that's venerated by the Oranges of Ireland.
Right, right.
Anyway, it was ordered that two different battalions come up from different sides of the glen, and the one who were the Campbells supposedly were unaware of what was supposed to be happening.
Not entirely true.
Well, that's what they said in the video.
The
Soldiers probably knew.
The soldiers probably knew. The leader, who was a man called Campbell of Glenlyon, may not have known. May not have known.
But ultimately, he was sent. His men were sent first.
Right.
And they actually spent 10 days living with the Clan MacDonald, playing cards and eating meals, and
living in their houses,
ordering their staying together. And the other battalion, unbeknownst to the clan, was coming up the other side of the glen to prevent any escape.
Right.
So after having spent 10 days, living with them as friends or whatever, the order came that they were to just massacre the whole clan, men, women, children, everybody.
Everybody under 70.
Everybody under 70.
Everybody under 70.
And So of course they went about doing as best they could. Most of the clan did escape, but you know there was blizzard and snow, and they had to run naked off into the hills, and a lot of them froze to death. But about 30 of them were killed.
No, something like 45.
Is that what it was? 45?
Right, and that included children.
And it's the origin of the hatred between the Campbells and the McDonalds.
Right, that's it, basically.
Donan. God, no wonder there's a castle here. What a good sight. It's so strange to see it in such bright sunlight. You know, I don't think I've ever seen a postcard of it or anything with that as a backdrop.
Well, it's lit up at night, so some of the postcards are taken from the other side because there's a little more ground to the other side, and there are some sheep sometimes down on the other side.
The sun on Loch Duach. This is unbelievably bright.
This is my idea of a castle. This is what I want you to find, finally. Just the one tall bit. You can forget about the rest of it. Just something that's inhabitable. Looks like it needs a bit of a scrub.
Oh, well. Not a bad idea.
sweet. Rina. Rina. Oh, no. Nice to have you know me. The pleasure's all yours. Hold your hand out. Watch. That one. Watch. I want you to do it in flow. That's gone. We still got yours?
Yes.
What you didn't do, you didn't blow on yours. You blew on mine, you didn't blow on yours. Go. Now you don't have to watch it. Only one. Watch. 1, 2. Those go down in the pocket. Well, and you go.
3.
No.
That's wonderful.
See what I can do. See what I can do for your mum, Neil. Just done this one for everybody else. We'll not use the card this time, we'll just watch. Alright. Sorry, son. Cheers, all the best, Neil. Sorry? Caledonia, please. Except the ace of spades. What have you got? No, I don't believe that. That one's for the camera. This down, complete the free choice. Just have a look at it. Just place it on the back. What we'll do is give you the shuffle. Okay? I think we might have made a mistake here. The camera's making me nervous.
Oh, I don't buy that for a second.
Let's take another look. Forget that last one. Have a look at that. Too good. Place it on the back. Right, what we'll do is give it the shuffle. Remember your card. Is that all right? What have we got? What's this? Watch where it goes. Right, we've got a move. This is the Jack. What you have to remember is what was this one? What was this one? Where's the queen? If we get to go like this, you want the pepper which way? Some face down, some face up. You've got some back to back. You turn that off now.
I think because you can't mess this one up, eh?
Because I can't even remember what I do. the shuffle? Nana Green did this on the Paul Daniels show. Really? And I videoed this. What I'm going to do, I'm going to let the plant fall to the ground. Okay, I don't do this very often, see why. As it starts to fall to the ground, I want you to name your card. Okay? You remember that? Yeah, no problem. Okay, name your card, really. Now. Queen of Hearts. Oh, I got it! Now we've got to pick up the bloody card. Yes. I'll help you. And while you're down there... You are. I can see what's wrong with that. Should something go everywhere. You weren't supposed to go that far, I don't think. There you go. You got them. Have you got them all? You don't got a trick that flies them back up again. Not yet. Not yet. What I'm going to do next? What I'm going to do next, folks?
Right.
You want me to perform in Chicago that costs $300 a night and an air ticket? I think so. I think so. What do? You could. Is that your cardigan? Oh, don't let him do this one. Oh, don't let him do this one.
Oh, yeah, I like this one.
Oh, don't let him do this
Oh,
one.
I like this one.
Don't let him do it. Don't let him do it.
That one made me awfully nervous. It's the only coat I packed.
Switch it off. Excuse me.
It's almost midnight. What time does this pub close?
11:30.
This is midnight.
No, it's not. It's 11 o'clock.
This one, I do this particular one for pleasure, because this is one of my favourites. On the bottom, the ace of spades. The top one is the ace of spades. And in the centre, you have the ace of spades. If you go like that, now you find the bottom card is now the two of spades. The top card is the two of spades. And the centre card, the two of spades. Do that again, you've got the three of spades. The top card is the three of spades, and the centre card is
Master a trick.
5 minutes. Quite a while.
You just have a natural talent.
All you got to do is remember which is which. What was that one? What's that one? 8 of. Right. So which is which? Which is this one?
That's the
6.
That's the six. This is the Mine is crazy that one.
back towards the mainland from the Isle of Skye, in the ruins of Castle Moyle. Can't find anything about the history of this castle in the book, but it is obviously extremely ancient, and there's very little of it left.
This is a forted ruin. Norse for Hakon's Fort, and Castle Mowel, or what, I don't know how to pronounce that.
Haakon was the king that was killed at large.
Well,
the
that was
Norwegian king.
another Hakon. I mean, probably, maybe not, but it could be. Hakon is a very common name. It's like having 15 Jameses or 10 Georges. It's mentioned as far back as the Act of Council in 1360. So it's probably older than that. So I would say probably late 13th, early 14th century. And it was obviously a fortress. Again, it's built in one of these nice little rocks that takes a scenic view.
Yep. English speakers traveling to Skye, take note. You are in the minority. Gaelic spoken here, first and foremost, and English offered only secondarily. Interesting bit of graffiti here. The island?
This island, I think this is roughly where we are. I think that's what that is.
Island of Scalpay off of Skye. We're guessing.
Yeah, I think it is.
Wow. Now what is that?
The Old Man of Storr, S-T-O-R-R.
The Old Man of Storr is the name of that rock. Oh, for an old man, he must be on Viagra.
Oh, he looks as if he is.
God, it looks like some Arizona canyon or something almost, except for the green. Must be a lot of waterfalls in the wet season there. Now that waterfall's got to be about 500 feet. This is what is known as the kilt rock of Skye, because it has pleats. Volcanic. Kind of like Devil's Tower, you know, in Wyoming. It's that same look. Except the Atlantic isn't there. Now, would that be the mainland, or would that be some of the Inner Hebrides out there? Isle of Rona. Stuff like this is not unlike Hawaii either, you know, with the cliffs that sheer drop into the ocean. Look how clear that water is. That is one big dude. Was that called Duntulm? What's this? Duntulm Castle? Very little of this one left. Yeah. Cuckoo bird out there somewhere.
The nanny was put to death out in a boat. She was put out in a boat there and there's holes drilled in the bottom of it. She was pushed out and tied onto it. That's how she died. Whether she was guilty or not, whether it was a tragic accident.
That was the 18th century.
1726.
Uh-huh. So the castle was built in the 12th century, you said? Have you been playing out here today?
Playing out here today and it's a bit cold in the fingers.
Ah.
Here I'll give you a tune.
Oh, goody.
£500 a tune.
Oh, well, we'll see if we can wing it.
Very cheap. That cold I'm leaving laughing at my own jokes.
Here we are in the island of Skye, and this is Neil with a Highland cow. We're at the Flora MacDonald Monument and the Isle of Skye Folk Museum. Oh, good one! We sure did. Oh my goodness.
I've made a friend.
Okay, this is Neil and his new friend. Wow. 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 She's following him. Made a conquest with a female inhabitant of the Isle of Skye. Oh. Wow.
This is where you go. The blacksmith shop. Thatch cottages here are preserved, depicting life on Skye from 19th century primarily. This is the old barn, a wide assortment of strange looking tools. As the sign says, they're coggies, querns and cromans. Got our squeaks and cruisies.
Inside a croft, the Isle of Skye Folk Museum. This would be an ideal family summer home. Just to hold, yeah, those are just weights.
In the days before all this netting, this is wire netting. I guess that's just to keep it.
That's just to keep the roof down. It probably wouldn't have been wire, there would have been string or rope, probably rope. If I get that island in the middle there, I don't know if I can. Try. There. There we are.
Looks like all our friends are over here waiting by our car for us to return. Hey, get a haircut, you hippies. Sure. You have the key, don't you? Yeah. Oh, you're such gentle things. Yeah. Midgies. Idea what this building is. The village of Uig, U-I-G on Skye. See if I can read that little plaque. About 6 o'clock in the evening and the sun has come out in full force. These are the mountains of Skye, known as the Red Culins. Terribly imposing looking. breakfast in Vermorsten, overlooking Loch Ness. And there we have the monster. For some reason you can see a lot of lines on the water and undulating currents, and it's really easy to see how people might think they were seeing things out here on this loch. These strange lines on the water, I mean, it's quite obvious in the camera, so who knows?
The color of that water is so unusual. I don't know what color you would call it.
Oh, it's really strange.
Isn't it?
Looking here at Loch Ness, I mean, look at all these shapes and waves, you know, undulations. There's the wake of something out here. Look at that. I mean, it's no wonder everybody thinks they see something here.
Well, they talk about wakes, and that's what that looks like. And then they talk about a hump, and that's what that looks like out there. It's a hump.
Yeah.
And a long neck. I mean, that's exactly what it looks like.
What causes that?
Well, I've no idea. Freak. I've never seen a loch like this. I've never seen a body of water that creates these illusions.
And you're so sure it's an illusion?
Oh, aye.
So there's a hump right there. Oh yeah. This is so different from Skye. Densely forested all around here, unlike the barren hills. I've seen some trees along this road that look like they're old Caledonian forest remnants, which really for the most part was all deforested 100 years or more ago. You could literally sit and stare at this loch for hours and keep thinking that you're seeing stuff. It's this little dark patches. Oh. Well, there's little cannonball projectile things down here right next to the sheep, so it must be some kind of catapult. Some kind of horrific device designed with all sorts of human carnage in mind. Yeah, 12 or what?
12 or 13.
12 to 13.
One of the very young ones. Looks like I did before we came.
Brood, king of the picks. Aquatalis bestia. Nothing such as you might refer to as a path. I have indeed found my way down to the base of Plata Falls here. It's highly likely that this is the first video ever taken from the base of it, considering the... Whew! Got my footing. Considering the underbrush I've crawled through to get here. Beautiful. Oh, go ahead, sit back down. Not in any danger. You go ahead and sit on your mom's back. You have a nice mommy that she'll let you do that. Yeah, very nice mommy. We call that piggyback in the States. And now I have to call it lammy back. A form of Japanese massage for your mother. Well, it is of course fitting that the first rain we've seen on this whole trip should be falling on us as we stand on Culloden Moor. Certainly not a place you associate with bright sunny days. Well, this is the graves of the clans, all in this field here, and according to the legend, no heather will grow. 1,200 people said to be buried in this field.
1,200, isn't that something? And I'm sure that...
Oh, and then there was the other 3,000 that were men and women, children, that were just simply butchered after the battle was completely over. A lot of Irish and French too.
Right?
5,000 years old. So one of the 3 Clava cairns, burial chambers, surrounded by standing stones. Nobody has any idea what the significance of the people in these tombs would have been. You can walk right into the middle of it. Eland coos out there in the field, making their presence known. I'm just so impressed by all these walls, you know, that you see everywhere. They got to be hundreds of years old, and there's absolutely no cement or mortar of any kind holding them together. They just, and they all kind of have the same design with the fat round stones towards the bottom. And then, you know, they're ringed all on the top with the flat ones placed vertically. And they get such a uniform height. It's just an incredible art. You know, I mean, can you imagine, I mean, just the physical strength required to gather this many stones. And some of them just seem to extend for miles and miles and miles and miles. I mean, it makes you wonder how many generations it would take to build this, or... It's just incredible. It's a real art. And they stand for hundreds of years without any cement. That's the incredible thing.
Just amazing, these things, aren't they?
Yeah.
Absolutely incredible. There would have been little alleyways underneath
I mean, how do they even know with any degree of certainty that these are definitely burial chambers?
Well, because they found some with, they find some intact, you know, earlier. They would have bodies in them, or skeletons, or bones, or artifacts, something like that. And I think they found them mostly way up north. So I don't think there's anything like this in Ayrshire, or even not very far.
Well, they probably would have been taken apart by farmers to build walls, you know.
Well,
But,
that's right.
I mean, look at this. These are 5,000 years old, and yet there's some similarity in design, you know, to the walls. You've got your big fat boulders on the base, and then you've got your smaller rounded boulders placed horizontally.
Well, this is probably the only way you could do that. This would be, you know, a skill that people would have found out over the years, that you have to start that way.
But it's just amazing, you know, you wonder, you know, I mean, if they're 5,000 years old, the people who originated this kind of building, it's, in a sense, just been passed down all the way up until, I mean, some of these walls out here were built, what, 19th century, 17th century? I mean...
Yeah, these are new. I mean, these are the big stones from all around the
No, I mean, like the walls, you know, the farmers' walls. When...
Oh, the farmers' walls?
Yeah.
I don't know how old they
See, I mean, I'm comparing them because they're the style of design. If you look at, you know, the boulders here and going up towards the top, you know, it's different layers.
I would imagine that agricultural workers copied. And maybe they don't even know how they acquired the skill, but they must have copied it from things like this.
Yeah.
Wherever they went, and it just is a skill that got passed down and handed on. There were probably more. The modern road runs between the southernmost. So, I mean, this stuff has been reconstructed. You can see the circle, which is, there were several circles.
Yeah.
Okay. Here we are at Fort George, in Murrayshire, was it? Murrayshire? Which was built in 1746, no, 47 or 48.
Well, it probably took them a little while to build it.
Right after Culloden. If you could step to the right, then I won't get your shoulder in here. Okay. Here we are here. Maybe I can zoom in a little closer to that. Okay. coat of arms here.
George the First had this built.
George I of Hanover had this built. See, they're standing on the bridge watching us now, so we won't go any further than this. Wow. It's supposed to be one of the best built forts in Europe at any time ever.
Well, it's interesting, they never really had any use for it.
No,
Further
never
jacobite
did.
rebellions.
Never did. This is what they did last time, and they come running out here like grabbing us by the arm.
We're just outside of Brodie Castle here, and this is a 9th century Pictish carved stone. Apparently, local grave digger, rat catcher, dug it up, and what year does it say?
When did he dig it up? He dug it up
1782, I guess.
in 1782.
You know, it looks to me like, you know, the Celts probably borrowed a lot from the Picts
Oh, of course they did.
in terms of the
Of course they did.
art. Wow. That's, you know, what, 1300 years old?
At least.
Incredible.
It has
It's
a
in
cross
excellent
on the
shape.
It has a cross on the back.
Does it really?
Yes. Crystal cross.
I wonder if that was added at a later date.
No, I don't think so.
Were the Picts Christians?
Well, it's 9th century.
Oh yeah, because Columba,
Yeah.
St. Columba came in
Came
what,
in 5
7th
or
century?
5 or, yeah, 5 or 6 something.
Look at the clarity of detail on that. And they just have it standing up here now in the rain. It's been here since 1842. We'll probably have to pull it indoors next century. The castle. Right outside the town of Brodie. I believe it's mid-16th century. Never quite as fascinating to me unless they're ruins. What is that flag that's flying up there?
That'll be the family flag. That's the old way of walking his dog, probably. George Curzon, riding boots. That's such a typically Scottish castle with all the turrets. Handsome.
Yeah, not a bad house. Wait for us to get much closer to this. But this is the Spiny Palace. It's a 15th century ruin. It used to be the seat of the bishops of Murray. Unfortunately, I have to use the auto zoom mode to look at it, and it's hard for me to hold the camera very steady when you use this mode. I'm going to call this Duffus Castle. I'm assuming it's not Doofus, but then I could be wrong. Part of it just sunk in. I sure did. See how this tower is just kind of leaning sideways and sunken. Now, these people, unlike most of the other castles we've seen, really did not know how to pick the ideal location, because this is probably the ugliest part of the country we've seen. It's like Iowa. There's a huge Air Force base over there. Of course, that wouldn't have been here in the 12th century, though. Almost 900 years old. And here's Lord Doofus, right outside his castle. note of when traveling to whiskey country. Most of the little towns around here and the bed and breakfasts were pretty awful looking from the outside, but found an absolutely fabulous place. Craigellachie, Strathspey bed and breakfast here at the post office, and a really nice pub across the street. The Highland Inn, owned by a nice couple named Jock and Allison. This is Craigellachie. This is where I'll be staying when I come back. It's a nice long walk along the River Spey down below here. Long park with a long sidewalk. Yeah, well, that's a visitor center, and this is the park. A little path that comes down here and a table.
This is where the whiskey comes from.
Aye. Well, it's okay. The River Spey. Not all the towns along this river are anywhere near as scenic as this one has been.
This is a picture of Neil at Craigellachie down by the River Spey, the source of one of his favourite products. Here he's coming back up after having swallowed some of that water. Looks perfectly healthy, but I think he'll probably smell of peat once he gets up here.
He's out there in his traditional waders. Balvenie Castle. It's situated on a hill right behind the Glenfiddich distillery. And you can't see it from the road because of the peat smoke bellowing out of the distillery. You know something about the Comans? 13th century, and this was a castle of, you want to tell us a little bit about the Comans or the history?
It's the castle that belonged to the Comans, who were rivals of Robert the Bruce for the crown of Scotland. Robert the Bruce killed him in a church. He was called the Red Comyn. He was his cousin. Killed him in a church, and for that Robert the Bruce was excommunicated by the Pope and was never received back into the church again.
Well, which one of them had more of a legitimate claim?
They both had a legitimate claim because we're both descended from kings.
So, yeah, I guess being cousins, they probably would come.
Right.
Oh, here we are, 13th century.
On a button. Remainder of residence.
Black Comyn. See the coat of arms you were saying?
Do you have any whiskey you would like to?
I don't think they made whiskey that long ago.
Well, they made something, but probably not commercially.
Heather ale. Well, if you think about it, I mean, whiskey takes so many years to mature and develop. It must have really taken somebody with a lot of patience and time to have figured out the way to produce it. Boy, this one is in excellent shape compared to some of the other ones we've seen that are of the same age. What is it, 13th century? So 400 years would be sometime in the 16th or 17th century. Well, that's really in excellent shape. You have to wonder how much of it has, you know, in quote-unquote restoration,
Oh, a lot of it's
how much of it are they just adding new bricks and stuff, you know?
A lot of it's restoration. It'll be the bricks that were right here.
See, yeah, because that looks like wood timbers
Well,
right
remember,
there.
what you're looking at is not entirely
Original.
12th and 13th century.
Right, they would have added onto it and
Would
stuff.
have kept repairing it, and even in the 16th century, this would have been repaired. And so some of this will date from that time.
A whole herd of crows up there. Wow, now this is impressive. Looking what they made here, in terms of drink. This is their brew house, so it must have been some kind of ale or something right in here. This is the main hall. Principal reception place and dining room. I believe that's a Glenfiddich distillery over there. Might be a different one. Seems to me that it was on the other side of the road. Boy, I don't know if that was a staircase, but I sure wouldn't have liked to have had to use that. Yeah, I think it was. One would hope that there was more of it in its heyday. Watch your step! How do we get up? Ooh. Watch my step. Now that's in excellent shape. Contours of the window frame. It's the remains of the chimney. This must have been a fireplace right here at some time. This is the outer chamber, an intimate reception place and with drawing room. Inner chamber, the bed chamber. Hey, Mr. Pigeon. These would be late 20th century design. But it's not telling you in this one. Wow.
This is probably the most complete room I think
Yeah.
I've ever been in. Staircase up there, too.
the household quarters. The vaulted chambers here on the ground floor were probably servants' quarters. Each has a fireplace and a latrine.
Oh, isn't that nice? Oh, sweet.
Your guess is as good, ensuite. Your guess is as good as mine what the latrine is supposed to be.
Well, that's
The corner there is soft earth.
yeah.
Well, that could be it. This might have been the latrine back in here. Well, there's some. Yeah, there's a like, well, a hole.
It's usually on the outside wall, so that it will run down in the outside.
Yeah, run down to the outside.
Oh.
Hello. Well, here's some information. Beer or ale was high, perhaps 1 gallon per person. It was drunk much as we drink tea today. It was common drink in the Middle Ages was ale, but in the 16th century hops were added to make a more bitter brew called beer.
But the understand that you had wine imported from you.
Oh, of course they did.
You drink a gallon of wine a day. I got no idea.
This is inside the Glenfiddich distillery. It's the only point on the tour on which they're going to allow us to take photographs. Over here we have the wash tun where the malt is mixed with the water, boiling water, in order to produce the wort. And the wort is pumped out of that tube coming up here on the top of the mash tun, and it comes down, and it's channeled into the other room, which we're not allowed to take pictures in for whatever reason, back through that doorway, where it is stored in the washback and mixed. The washback cups, which are Douglas fir, imported from North America, and mixed with yeast. And then it's pumped back into these copper kettles, where it is boiled, heated in this part. It's up there in the distillation, and the alcohol vapors are captured in this part here, is known as the condenser. And what they have in the condensers at this point is what they call the low wine. It's about 20% alcohol, and it's obviously no longer carbonated, like in the washback vats, which are essentially beer at 7 or 8%. And after this, there is another distillation process that probably won't be allowed to film, but that brings it up from the 20% level of alcohol to a much higher concentration to be stored later to produce the whiskey. Now that's coming from the condenser.
Yes.
That's the second distillation.
That's right.
So where is the second distillation occurring after it comes out of the condensers down here?
It goes through the black pipe, through the safes, into holding tanks over there.
Absolutely clear. It doesn't take on any color, I guess, until after it's been matured in oak casks. Now, this building over here was the original malt house. As she said, up until the 1960s, Glenfiddich used to do its own malting, where they burn the peat smoke in the basement, and it rises up through the malted barley on the mesh floor. And the significance of these pagodas, which you see all over the whiskey tour, on the signs as a symbol that this is a way to another distillery, is that the design allowed the peat smoke to pass through the malt and yet still sort of hover over it in order to keep as much of the flavor from the peat smoke in the malt as possible. And follow up on the final part of the tour that we were not able to witness. or excuse me, that we were able to witness but not able to film, photograph. They store it in two separate casks. It's divided equally into casks that once held American bourbon and into casks which were once filled with Spanish sherry. They're all made of oak. She said this is because oak is the only wood which will allow it to breathe. And a lot of it evaporates in the process, of course, over the maturation process, which is anywhere between 8 and 12 years. They decide when it's done by the nose or the smell of it. And then the two are blended together for 6 months in a Portuguese oak, which is a new oak, has never been used for anything else, for about 6 months. In the marrying tun. And then from that point, Glenfiddich is the only distillery in Scotland that has its own bottling plant here on the premises. This is the Strathyla distillery in Keith. It's the oldest distillery in Scotland, claims to be anyway, from 1786. And apparently the malt whiskey is very difficult to find, but it's the main ingredient. The single malt is very difficult to find, but it's the main ingredient in Chivas Regal.
I suppose. Well, it's okay. I just touched something by mistake. It's okay.
You turned it off?
No, I turned it on.
So it wasn't on before?
It wasn't on before. Sorry.
This is the tasting room at the Strathyla distillery, and they were just walking us through. This is the nosing through these. This is the raw spirit. You know, it's not a very drinkable product whatsoever. It just takes 3 days to produce that. And this is the Strathyla, which they make here, and it's exactly the same process, just up the road from the same river, and the same malt and everything as the Glenkeith here. But she was explaining they have a totally different nose to them, flavor obviously too, because the still size is different. The one has a much larger still that captures, I would imagine, less of the natural flavoring from the malt. Because it has a much lighter flavor. And the Highland whiskey is much more peppery. Comes from, the heather of the area. Totally different. Spicier. The Lowland one had quite a bit less peat. Not nearly as peppery a smell as the Highland one. There's the Islay one over here from the island. Very smoky. A lot of peat smoke and a lot of seaweedy kind of smell to it. And these are the grain whiskeys, which are very light. And they're made using corn and wheat and all sorts of other grains. But these apparently all get blended together in some mixture or other in order to produce Chivas.
Okay. And this is Neil tasting Strathyla.
This is the single malt.
Single malt, which is the blend, the malt used in Chivas
Regal.
Regal. And this is the tasting room, which is very elegant. Looks like
The only part they would let us film.
right, which looks like a gentleman's library, except it's stocked with whiskey instead of books. And this is
Well, to be
Neil.
fair, they have a handful of books over there.
Yeah, I do have a handful of books. This is Neil smiling after his taste of Glen Island whiskey.
This is Huntley Castle. It said on the sign downstairs that Mary Queen of Scots had intended to visit here in 1562, and she kind of had a gut feeling about it that it was not going to be safe. And it turns out that she was right, because he had every intention of murdering her. and his troops attacked hers somewhere about 12 or 13 miles away from her. She was victorious, and so she split up the spoils of the house here with another earl. Was said to be one of the grandest houses they'd ever seen at the time. It's quite a place. These towers are in good shape. Oh, this has to have been heavily restored. This whole frontispiece here. In defense. Well, this is interesting how they describe the frontispiece. The lower portion of it is meant to depict the Earl of Gordon and his wife. And rising above that is meant to depict the seal of King James VI, who was the monarch at that time, and his wife, the Danish Queen Anne. And then above that, of course, is to represent Christ. And above that is meant to represent the final triumph of good over evil on Judgment Day. The man at the top.
And round the front, when you go around the front, you'll see that Huntly and his wife's initials are carved on the top. Huge. When you walk up the way we did.
Oh, wow. Quite a long way down from here. Wow. I suppose you could just go out here and sit on your balcony. ancient wood timbers here. I suppose there was probably a floor right at about that level, because there's a flat piece about 5 by 10 right there. Looks out the window. The magpie nesting up here. Bright orange beak. So we're making our way down into the, literally the dungeon down here, I guess, huh?
These may have been rooms for, dungeon rooms for better favored prisoners.
Better favored prisoners, I like that.
Or else they would be the guards who guarded the prisoners.
Uh-huh.
This is the way to the dungeon.
Ooh.
This is another one of these rooms.
Now they have these glass things up here to protect. Is this ancient writing?
They may have had, no, they may have had posters and things, and, oh yes.
Well, see, there's been things
Yeah.
carved into this.
There has been indeed.
There's glass up here to protect it.
Oh yeah,
So.
you can see there's been carvings here. You can see these carvings here.
Me that not shame.
Oh, that's right, he had a poem carved in the wall.
So this is some poetry that was carved in here. What? Henrietta Marquise. Well, this looks like it's going to be one of the most impressive castle ruins we're going to see. It's been a castle on this site since the 9th century, I believe.
Yes, 9th century.
It's a huge fortress. It's on the coast of the North Sea, right near Stonehaven in Aberdeenshire. Apparently the story is that in the 13th century, William Wallace set fire to the place and burned an entire battalion of English troops that were stationed here. And then what was that other story about the...
The other was in 1685, when a large group of Covenanters, men, women, and children, were
Could have said about 150 of them.
150, yeah, were tortured and killed by the government forces, I guess, soldiers.
God, it's just a huge promontory out on the ocean here. I have to get a little closer. Oh, this is unbelievable. Unbelievable. How high you think that rock is? Probably about 600 or 700 feet? Wow, that's a sheer drop. Now, since we've arrived at almost 7 o'clock in the evening, the place has been closed for over an hour. Looks like it's still quite a fortress through which you can't get through this door. I don't know if we're going to get much closer access. You have to be like this fella to get up there. What an unbelievable place. Now, I don't know for sure, but I would guess that this up on the hill is probably a monument to the Covenanters that were slaughtered here, or tortured, or whatever the deal was. Unbelievable. the abbey at Arbroath.
I think it's probably 11th or 12th century. We'll have to look that up when we go back to Clark. This was where the famous Declaration of Arbroath was signed in 1320.
That was
And
how
you
many?
know the whole thing because we
What?
have a copy of it.
Well, now how many years was that after Robert the
1320?
Bruce won?
It was
Wasn't it about 5 or 6
6
years?
after Bannockburn.
Uh huh.
And that's supposedly what the American Declaration of Independence is based on.
Well, I'm sure it would be,
Well,
because
it
it's a precedent of declaring freedom from England.
Well, not only that, it's a precedent of declaring yourself in charge of the king. Because it states in there that if the king doesn't behave himself, you can throw him out.
Well, when do kings ever behave themselves?
Well, some kings that behave less well than others. It's a very important abbey.
Like they got some restoration going on over there. Now, are these graves or something along here?
These are just this would be
Former.
the aisle or the nave or whatever, and I don't know enough about cathedrals, but it would be columns, long columns.
Oh, because this would have been all indoors where we're standing right now.
It's just tremendous. Absolutely huge. And in those days, I'm always so impressed at how long it must have taken people to build this. I doubt if you started at 20, if you would have survived it. I mean, you probably would have died long before this was finished. I don't know how many years it would take to build. So, if you came here in 1320 to sign the Declaration, it had to have been at least 100 years or more old at that time.
At that time.
Right. I think it's 11th. There's probably been a site here since the birthday of 19. We need to go down, but this is as much as there is to see of it.
Well, we're here outside of Dunfermline Abbey, and this is our tour guide. Hello! Spread that big tail for us. Where do you belong, just walking down the main street here?
Doesn't have any tail.
Must be a female, I guess.
Did you not get caught?
Quite possibly.
I don't think you did. Must be up here.
Yeah, you just go right up there.
See, the palace and the church are right together.
See, now this place is just as old as some of those other ruins we've seen, but they just never let it fall into disrepair. 2 centuries.
About 1150.
1128.
length. That's why the feet were bent for.
Oh. Well, he must have been fairly tall for his day at 5'9".
That was average height, you know, average height. The only exceptional person was Wallace.
Oh, Wallace,
He
right.
was a huge man.
Yes, yes.
So that was 1818.
1818 is when they found the.
And the slab
His
was
remains.
put on it, the top bit was put on in 1870.
So his remains were under here before that, and they pulled him out.
Down there, sir. 13,
right over here.
Put down there in 1329.
Uh huh.
We have, in this building, we have 22 royals in here.
Uh huh.
He's only one.
Well, he's
8 kings.
one of the more significant ones, of course.
Well, aye, but then you look at David, church builder, Holyrood, all these places. David's here. Alexander the Third. You know, the fell off the cliff at King Malcolm the Fourth. 8 kings, 5 queens, 4 princes, 2 princesses. Plus the Murrays, the Randolphs, and various other ones. And they're all here because of Margaret.
Oh, yes, Margaret, of course.
I want buried in Melrose, he says, and on his deathbed, bury me beside my royal ancestor, Margaret. That's why. And guess who's not here now? Margaret.
Well, isn't she in Edinburgh?
Pardon?
Is she up in Edinburgh in that
Oh.
little chapel? No?
When the Reformation started, no, Margaret was buried out. Margaret was outside there. See where the big stones are
But
outside
she's
there?
not there now.
No, but see where the big stones are?
No, I'll see this in the
Well, when you go out, there's 2 big stones. On top of that was a cage, and Margaret was raised up 9 feet in a gold casket.
Oh, my word.
And the idea was when the pilgrims came, the monks would get a hold of them and push their head underneath Margaret for a miraculous cure. Some may have got it, some may not. See? So they come in their hundreds.
Yes.
When the Reformation came, Margaret's remains and all the gold and all the valuables off to France. Mary, Queen of Scots, married to the French king at 16-year-old, got Margaret's skull and encased it in silver. They were great for people for keeping bits and pieces. Kept as an ornament.
I know.
But the last sight in the end of Margaret was half her skull in Belgium just before the French Revolution.
So we don't know who the rest of
There's nothing left there. Pope claim it, but positively no.
That's tragic.
Well, no wonder he wanted to be here if there was curative powers, you know, to get rid of the leprosy.
Well, they actually had to put boxes over the top. St. Andrews, more important, he's an apostle. In medieval days, when they paraded him round the town, you know, walked round with his relics, all they had was a finger, elbow, and a kneecap. That's all was left. It was, they literally went round stealing parts of saints to say, I've got Margaret here up, and they made money. That was the whole thing. They made money through pilgrimages. So that's what they did.
Now, I know they took a plaster cast of his skull. Where is that?
So
Where
we're
that
here.
used to be?
That's it. This is the original off of that.
That's it, okay.
You'll see other ones that are museum pieces. They're all taken off of this one.
Well, I saw on the internet that they had built up the skull to features.
Oh, have you seen that?
No, well, I saw it on the internet, but it was not very clear because it was just a little
I'll tell
picture.
you what it was. Manchester University going to me. They asked me if they could have a skull. And I says, these ones? Oh no, the real one. I said,
the
not a
real
chance in the world.
No.
Not a chance in the world. I said, you can do it off of them. So I've seen their effort. And the only problem is, I mean, that looks realistic. It's in white. It's white. He's got no beard. He's got a smile on his face and a glint in his eye.
So this is a cast of the skull.
There's only 2 being made off the original. One's on disease, and the 2 front teeth were taken out deliberately on the finding. The Elgins took the teeth out.
Oh, why?
Souvenirs.
Oh, of course, of course.
If you look there, you can see the engraving of the cross.
Got my glasses on here.
That's the plate.
Oh, here's the spider.
Oh, I am associated with spider.
he did have a small head.
Yes.
Well, when I first seen it, so, you know, I looked at it and I thought, it's before I knew the size of him.
Uh-huh.
And he is only 5'9", 5'9". I mean, I thought, well, you know, he's bigger than that, you know. But there was a bit in the paper recently and it said Bruce was a horrible looking man, he had a big split in his head, he had a broken nose. How could you tell?
Well, he was in a few battles.
How can you tell he had a broken nose, you know? And things like that. And I mean, it was leprosy that killed him. It wasn't any, right, yeah. It wasn't any battle or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't involved. See that? See this side here, the bit stick? That's what's all eaten away on that side.
Oh, I see.
Compared to the other side. And there's supposed to be signs of the top gums and the bottom gums as well.
That was quite a common disease then, wasn't it?
What do you say? There's a whole colony out there where the grass, there's 2 flower beds are.
Okay.
A mass grave. It went under the guise of the plague.
Oh, yes, it's called a lot of things, I'm sure.
It was never wanted to be said the King of Scotland was a leper.
Right.
And what they try to make out was scurvy or something like that. And scurvy's not a contagious disease, you know.
Yeah.
His father had leprosy,
His
though,
father
didn't
had
he?
as well.
He's looking for his wife. She's over on the other side. Can we walk over here? Can we walk on the grass here? Hey, big fella. Hey, big fella. Yeah. God, look at that tail. Ooh. I bet you can't fly very far with all that weight on you. God, look at that bright blue. It's incredible. Edinburgh Castle.
Oh, you bitch! Oh, I'm getting some.
The Church of Scotland headquarters where the new Parliament is temporarily convening until their new building is built. House Cathedral, Royal Mile. Hold on a second.
He didn't live long. He died young. He was married and 2 children, I think. But he didn't.
Oh, he died young?
Was that was one of my mother's brothers?
Yes.
His name was Jim?
No.
Yes, it was.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, it was. She had Jim and Bill.
Oh,
And,
yes,
yeah, and
that's
that was
right.
Your
Ah,
mother's,
that's right,
your
son.
mother's youngest brother was Jim.
Yes.
So how many brothers did she have for altogether and sisters? Was it a big family or?
3, eh? There was Bill and Jim
Bill and Tommy.
and Tommy.
Right. And then there was Annie and Jeannie and Elspeth or Elsie or Elsie.
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 Oh, that was
the one that went to
Bill's
London.
wife.
No, they had my mother and your mother had a sister Elsie.
Oh, she had a sister.
And she went to live in London during the war.
No, wait a minute now. My sister was near.
Was it
It
Elspeth?
was Lizzie, Auntie Lizzie be called that.
Oh, Lizzie. Lizzie
yeah,
would be a name for
maybe
Elspeth.
Yeah,
Lizzie.
right.
Aye,
okay.
that's right. Aye, she went to
London.
we never heard
You
from her.
never heard from her again.
No, never.
Did she have any children?
No, I don't know.
We don't know.
Bill Harker, he married a divorcee, and she had a child, and I think he had one.
Yeah, he had I think it was a daughter or something.
Never hear anything
Never
about
hear
them.
anything about
No.
them.
So your mother and your mother were sisters,
Right.
and then there were 4 other children in that
Yes.
family.
That's
Yes,
right.
that's right. But Neil was asking me about our grandfather Harker. He lived here for a while too, didn't he?
Yes, he did. But he didn't live very long.
Uh-huh. Do you know where they were buried? Do you know where they were buried?
In the was it right now?
Was it here or in
No,
Hamilton?
it's no in Musborough. Cry that place. People get buried.
Is it Hamilton?
No,
No.
no, it wasn't. That would mean to no. It was a place where people get what's the word? You know,
Cremated?
cremated.
Oh,
Aye, it's just up the coast a wee bit.
Oh,
towards
in a
Edinburgh.
crematorium?
Yes,
you mean?
crematorium there.
Oh, so he wasn't buried alongside his wife?
Oh no.
No.
He was married before.
Well, that's right, he married again.
He
Right.
married her. Oh, he had been married to somebody else
Oh,
after
he's
Granny Harker.
Right, yeah.
I can't mind her name. But she didn't last long. I think she died just after she had a baby.
Oh, my goodness.
But this other woman, it was.
Oh, I know Mother told us one time that we had passed him on the street. And she didn't stop to speak to him or anything.
No.
No, so there was and I don't know if he saw her and recognized her and didn't talk to her, but it was a long family thing, you know. Well, did you ever have any, meet Alec Patterson and his mother, Alec Patterson?
I met
You
Alec.
met Alec.
Yes.
Did you ever see much of his mother?
No.
Because she was your mother's aunt too.
Yes, that's
Right.
right.
Uh-huh.
Was that her son?
Yeah, Alec was his son.
He
Yeah.
wasn't adopted.
He was adopted.
That's
yes,
right,
that's right. He
I
was
thought so.
adopted.
I
right.
thought so.
Yeah, he was adopted. Yeah. I know nothing about the Harkers.
No,
Absolutely
no.
nothing.
Oh well, as I say, my mother hadn't much time for her
For her father, I know that.
For her father.
dad.
Yeah, right. He was a miner, wasn't he? Yeah, they were all miners.
And a miner and a strong churchman. But oh golly, I didn't think they had a good life with him.
No, I don't think so.
So, did you know some of your other aunts and uncles, like Billy and you said, and Tommy, and can you tell me something about them, or?
No. Well, Uncle Tommy died. He didn't live long.
Yeah, well, he was in his 50s when he died. He was in his 50s when he died.
50s.
Yeah, he was about 52 or 56
Was he? I
or
couldn't
something
remember.
like that, right.
He was a miner too,
He
right?
was a miner too, yeah. Yeah, but just nobody knows anything about them.
You want more tea, son?
No thanks.
No?
No thanks.
Oh, I'd love another cup of tea. Yeah, I'll get it. Do you know where Granny Harker was buried?
I'm I'm afraid not, dear.
You don't
It'll be
know.
Hamilton, I think.
Yes, that's what I was telling David.
Yes,
that,
uh-huh. Is that too strong for you?
No, that's great, thank you. That's wonderful. Thank you very
Shouldn't
much.
it?
Yeah, that's just fine, thanks.
Well, see, I just think it's a shame because, you know, if I want to try and trace some of my family roots,
Yes.
you know, she doesn't know.
No, I know.
She doesn't know hardly
Yeah,
anything about her grandfather or any of that.
Mother didn't have much time, but they weren't nice to my mum, you know, to the...
Yeah.
She, Granny Harker had 12 children.
12 children.
12. Some of them were...
Some of them were stillborn,
they
died.
Stillborn.
Yeah. Well, David took me to Fernigare once, where mother was born, and I think your mother must have stayed there at some time. Maybe was your mother born at Fernigare as well?
Was who?
Your mother, was she born at Fernigare? That's a little village. Yeah.
Fernigare. No. That's right, Fernigare. My dad was born in Whistle. That's right.
So David took me to Fernigare.
Oh, he did?
And it's like a, what would you call it? A tenement building. There's a house there that looks like it had some little apartments in it.
Oh, yeah.
That's all that's there. There's no town, there's nothing.
Oh, dear.
Nothing, it's all gone. All gone.
And see, when the people go to Canada and that, the great for naming their places after
where they were,
the
right.
towns they came from, you know.
Yeah. Well, Neil was just saying, in our area, a lot of places have Scots names.
Yes.
Bannockburn and Ayrshire and Glencoe, and so you're right, people do like to do that.
Granny, what's her name? Your dad's...
Oh, Granny Rennie? Yeah. Oh.
She sees him, and she lived in that house. And it was beside a river.
Right,
and she never made a move to any other town or anything.
No.
Oh, from
Never
Daly,
travelled.
you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We went down to look at it, but it's gone. It's not there anymore. The cottage isn't there.
So you never kept up with your aunts and uncles, or none of them?
No.
No.
Well, I don't know, but I think my mother was angry at Granda Harker for marrying this woman, you know, in Musselburgh, because she didn't get a very good name. So we never kept in touch with them.
Well, my mother was angry with them for the same reason.
Yes,
you know.
that's
And
right.
whoever the woman was, she must have been really terrible for all his children to feel that way.
Yes.
You know. But I remember once going to see Mother's brother Bill, and it seemed like it must have been Hamilton. It wasn't Glasgow, but it was a town with tenements.
Oh, yes.
And his wife and his 2 or 3 children lived in one of them, and they had no money. They had nothing.
Nothing.
Just nothing. I mean, the rooms were all bare. It was just. But he looked like Uncle Tommy.
Did he?
Oh, yes. In fact, David has a picture of our cousin Tommy.
Yes.
Uncle Tommy's son.
Yes.
He has a bed and breakfast place down in Hoyk.
Does he? In Hoyk?
Yeah, in Hoyk.
Oh.
And he looks just like my eldest son.
Does he?
Yeah, because my eldest son looks a lot like you and my mother. You know, he's got that face, that sort of Highland Scandinavian face.
Yes.
And young Tommy looks just like that. And it's very interesting. The first time I saw it, I was really shocked. So all that family likeness does come through. And I thought if we'd had time, we might have gone down there, but there's just no time.
And do you hear Nessie? Do you ever hear anything about Nessie?
No, never had a thing about Nancy. Didn't she go to Germany?
Oh, dear?
She went to Germany.
Did she?
She married a German.
Oh, I never knew that.
Well, she divorced her first husband.
Uh-huh.
And then she married a German and went to Germany.
Oh.
So she could be living next door to Alistair for all we know.
I know.
Well, who is she?
Uncle Tommy's eldest daughter.
Uh-huh.
From his first marriage.
He only had one daughter, didn't he?
No, he has a young one, Jean Harker.
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
Jean,
from the
that's
second
right.
marriage.
That was Uncle
right.
Tommy's daughter.
And I heard from her once or twice, and I met her. I need stuff like that, you know. So I brought it into the house, and I said to Mother, I was in tears. I said, this is terrible. And she said she didn't know what had happened to it. So she told me to take it because she thought I would keep it. And I took it back with me and had it reframed.
Oh, that's
so it hangs in my bedroom. But I didn't know there was one of Grandpa because she's all by herself in there.
Yes.
So that was your
Grandmother.
Your mother's mother.
My mother's mother. Right.
And you knew her?
No, she
No.
died when
She
Mother
died.
was 7.
Right.
Really, yeah.
I see.
But if there was a picture of her of Grandfather Harker, I never saw that.
No, well, there was
I don't know what happened.
two of them the same, gold gilded, you know, lots of pictures of
Yeah,
it.
I didn't
And
get
then,
a frame with it. But,
I remember David asking me about the Bible. They had the family Bible.
Oh, yes?
But I thought maybe he had it, but he says no, he would have liked it.
No.
We don't know what happened to it.
Oh, I don't have
I think Uncle Tommy maybe got it, but I don't know.
Oh, I hope that wasn't something that Aunt Jean burned. Oh, gosh. That would be terrible. Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
Because you had pages in the Bible telling you that each child's name, you know. And it was all in lovely writing.
Oh, really?
You know what do you call that writing with the...
Yeah, the copper plate writing.
Copper
My
plate.
father wrote like that.
That's right.
Yes.
He did. Aye,
Oh,
that's
yes.
right.
He had a beautiful hand.
Well, it says each child was singing. I can't remember.
So it just disappeared?
But,
Oh, maybe his other family has it. Maybe his other family has it. You know, his other wives may have had it, and maybe they still have it. He never had any more children to these women, though, did he?
No.
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 Yeah.
No, I don't know. I can't mind much about it because he wasn't very... My mother didn't think much of him, you know, for
Oh,
the
I know.
reasons, you know.
Well, I remember my mother said that she thought her father had worked with Pierre Hardy in the mines. And she said that she remembered that there was a lot of fighting, a lot of dissension, a lot of strikes in the pit. And she thought that grandfather at that time probably was always in a bad mood or out of work or no money. And so, and I don't know if he ever drank. I suppose if he was in the church he didn't drink, but he used to gamble, I think, a little bit. So he probably just came home and had kids, and that was all there was to it. That's too bad. Yeah. But I had got, when I looked it up on the internet, the closest I could find was that his wife, his mother was a Mary Macaulay, and so there may be some Highland blood there too somewhere. But where she came from, I don't know. So that's as much as I know.
You know how Peter had 2 daughters, and one's in Canada, and she's went the whole hog with an ancestor, and she just loves to hear about things, you know, and she goes in up into Edinburgh and gets it, takes all the particulars, and so she's really keen about it, you know.
Well, I thought of doing that too, but you can go onto the internet and get into Edinburgh records now too. You can do it all on the internet. And so I've got Neil to do some of that when we go home, or show me how to do it. David has been doing a lot of that in Truden, but he's following the Rennies.
Oh, yes.
And there are just so many of them, you just lose track because they all have the same names after a while. You know, just as they did in our family.
Yes.
I do remember that our Granny Harker had 2 brothers, Jim and Bill, that went to America. They went to New York. And didn't you? I think you met them one time. One of them. Granny Harker's brother Bill or Jim, who came back over from New York. Remember that? you were probably a child. You know, you'd be a child, you may not remember. But Mother said that one of them had come back on a visit here. And he was doing very well. He had a car and a house, and he'd done much better when he went to America than he had here, because he'd been a miner too, I think. But I know nothing about grandmother's family either. It's amazing. It's funny when you think about it. You know, I mean, why would you not tell your children the names of your own parents?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah. I think it's a shame. Is Alistair interested in that kind of thing?
Alistair what?
Your son, is he interested in family background?
No, really.
No?
No.
No.
No, no.
Does he have any interest in coming back to live in Scotland?
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
He likes to come, but so this house in
Okay, we're standing here in David's backyard, and we're looking at this fantastic rainbow.
Yeah, I can make some. Oh no, I got this bulk here. I'll put in. I'll make some. Oh, okay. That's fresh. Right.
This just the most magnificent rainbow.
Waterfall here at Glen Creek. Oh, it's beautiful. This is Loch Truel, site of the beginning of Robert Bruce's campaign to conquer the English. Perfect mirror reflection.
Yeah, that's beautiful. The last time we were here, it's still on there.
It's not the kind of place that should be empty.
Hello. beautiful. Yeah. Magnificent.
Oh wow. It's kind of a nice design. There's probably a floor, I guess, right above us here, and then that'll be the fireplace or something.
What do you call that on the balcony?
Well, that's just a
Latrine closet. It's not a very big place compared to some of the other ones. 1860 it was built, I think. That's a huge fireplace. Ooh, it's a jeez. Oh man, whacked my head real good on that.
Hooks in the wall here for the door.
Oof. It's quite a view.
Just a moment, just a moment.
Sure. What is this place, David?
This is new, this is Sweetheart Abbey.
Which was this?
Well, this is supposedly where he got the body of when he got King John Balliol's wife, de Burgula's buried.
Uh-huh.
He was the king before Robert Bruce. That is as much as I can tell you.
So it'd be 13th century then, probably, right?
Yeah, let me think. Oh, it's 13th century, just don't know what the exact date would be. It's probably 1290s, 1280s, 1290s. Oh, not when it was built, but that's when she was buried here, I think. Probably built before, maybe 1100 or something.
Well, these things always took like 100 years or so to build, I guess, in those.
Longer, yeah. Let's have a look around the churchyard now. We didn't ever do that, did we?
I think I have. I quite like it.
What's the name, is it?
Just be over the wall into the abbey.
it said something about his heart being buried here.
Well, it's called his sweetheart. Yeah. I know, I saw it when it came up.
Bits and pieces. Chicago's about the only thing my uncle's ever seen. Carrickfergus Castle here. Carrickfergus was buried. So Lisa, my local tour guide, tell me what I'm looking at here.
It's my house.
Oh yeah? This is Hollywood. You say Hollywood? Hollywood, same thing. Gal Street in Belfast. City Hall. City Hall of Belfast. Inside of the Belfast City Hall. Looks a lot like American state capitals.